Griffins yet? Oh, sorry.
This is Councilman Matucci joining in. I'll go on mute.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll do a sound check soon.
I think Councilman Griffiths is on the line as well.
I am.
Hi, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to see if anybody was paying any attention.
I sure am.
Is there anything you need me to do?
Eric just joined and going to meet.
Thanks, Eric.
I'm here.
Thank you, Siri.
I think that Councilman Goodrich and Councilwoman Ashcraft will need to call in, so I'll send Wilma a note.
Thank you. Okay, 10 minutes, folks.
Does this virtual background work okay?
welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of June 2nd, 2020. I call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here?
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. On Saturday, May 30th, 2020, subsequent to the posting of the agenda on Thursday, May 28th, 2020, the city manager proclaimed a local emergency due to civil unrest. The Torrance Municipal Code requires the City Council to ratify the proclamation of local emergency by the city manager within 7 days. This is the only scheduled City Council meeting before the expiration of those 7 days. Because time is of the essence in this matter, the city attorney and city manager request that the City Council consider discussing this matter tonight in open session as agenda item 9E. Additionally, due to the civil unrest, the city manager and city attorney requested an item be added to the closed session agenda as threat to public services or facilities, consultation with city attorney and police chief. This item will be considered as item 14C. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957. But in order to take action on a matter that is not on the agenda, California Government Code 54954.2B2 requires a determination by a 2/3 vote of the council that immediate action is necessary and that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. Do I have such a motion?
So moved, Mayor. This is Councilman Chen.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call
Vote,
vote.
please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That vote carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. The City Council will consider these items as agenda item 9E, recommendations of the city manager that City Council ratify the proclamation of a local emergency and ratify civil unrest public orders number 2020-1 and 2020-2 relating to curfew, and 14C, threat to public services or facilities, consultation with city attorney and police chief. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, conference with real property negotiator, and item 14C, threat
Wait a
to
minute.
public
We're still on
services
camera.
or facilities. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54956.8. We will return at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Member Chen?
Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of June 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting. We've been in executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the City Council and I continue with our 10th web-based telemeeting. We appreciate your patience during these unprecedented times. Our city staff and city cable team continue to improve how we can carry on the business of the city while allowing residents and community members to participate in the process during the safe-at-home orders. The Council and I have tested and trained in advance to make these meetings as functional as possible. I think we've been improving it week by week. I would also like to acknowledge that in response to the civil unrest taking place throughout Los Angeles County and around the world, there is a countywide curfew currently in effect beginning at 6 p.m., and it's effective until 6 a.m. We appreciate your continued cooperation with this curfew, and I assure you that the Torrance Police Department is literally working around the clock to keep our residents and their property safe. We look forward to a time when our meetings will return back to normal at City Hall, inside the council chambers, when the council and the citizens can meet and discuss the issues affecting our community face-to-face. Your participation is so important to us. It is great to see the participation grow week to week. Thank you for those who have submitted emails by this afternoon's deadline of 4 o'clock. They have all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. And for those of you tuning in, because of the challenges faced in this council format, we will dedicate time for general orals at the end of the meeting by telephone call-in. You can participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen periodically throughout the meeting. Please be patient when calling in and state the agenda item that you are calling about. The 3-minute rule applies, and you will be disconnected at the end of the 3 minutes automatically. Nobody's hanging up on you. Please speak when you're prompted. There is a delay in the broadcast, so try not to follow what you may hear on the broadcast, whether you're watching on television or you're streaming it on the internet. On behalf of our City Council, I want to say how proud we are of the community's response. You have, from the very beginning of this pandemic, taken health advisory guidelines seriously. You have adjusted to the world of homeschooling and staying at school. You have stepped forward to volunteer and help those in need. You have been patient as the city tries to provide services under these challenging conditions. We know that people's graduations have been impacted, weddings have been impacted, parties, family get-togethers, travel arrangements, vacations, and we certainly understand your frustration with that, but we also enjoy your cooperation and your patience. Thank you. And now on to the legal disclosures. Tonight, the City Council is conducting this special meeting under a national, state, and city state of emergency. Our council meeting will be conducted in a video telephonic conference. The council members will interact through a conference interface. This procedure is in conformance with the Governor of California's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended provisions of the Brown Act relating to meetings by teleconference or other electronic means. The executive order requires that members of the public are allowed to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. Again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate via telephone by calling 310-618-2404. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Tonight, our flag salute will be led by Council Member Ashcraft, followed by a non-sectarian invocation by Council Member Chen. Councilman Ashcraft.
Please join me in the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us all have a moment of silence to pay our respect to Mr. George Floyd and his family. Lord God Almighty, as we come together tonight to discuss the people's business, our hearts are heavy as our nation mourns the death of George Floyd, a tragedy that should come to no one and no family. Comfort the Floyd family, and may due process of justice be carried out swiftly to the full extent of the law. As we mourn, we confess that we are all fallen people in our unique ways, and humbly ask for your forgiveness and to heal our land. Bring about racial reconciliation among all people, not just in our nation, but worldwide. Let not the loss of George Floyd and those in mourning the injustice be smeared by those committing crimes in the communities of our nation. In addition, we ask for your divine protection and mercy as we continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Open up our community while protecting the most vulnerable among us, especially those in our senior nursing facilities. We ask for your presence to guide us for such a time as this. In your merciful, gracious name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, May 28th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Councilmember
Mayor.
Chen.
Yes, so
Councilman
moved.
Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Yes, Your Honor, this is City Manager Leroy Jackson. We are deferring item 9C, which was the review proposed revisions for fiscal year 2021 of the two-year operating budget. We will defer that 1 week to June 9th, 2020. We had rather heavy complications over the weekend. I want to give you more time to look at it. We'll bring it back at that time. There's supplemental materials available online on the city website for items 9B, provide COVID recovery update, and discuss and consider options for responding to the orders of the County of Los Angeles, the State of California regarding COVID-19. And item 13, oral communication correspondence received by the public before the hour. And then we are adding one additional item, which deals with the new declaration of an emergency with regards to the crisis that we're facing in the community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Chen, do you have an announcement?
Yes, I do, Mayor. About the 2020 census. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. This month, we are celebrating the class of 2020 as they continue their education or begin their journey into professional career. As graduates look ahead to what comes next, take a moment and make sure that you've been counted in the 2020 census. The results can shape the next 10 years, and this is a big decade for you. If you would like more information on how the 2020 census can shape your community or our community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches 100% participation rate. Let's be number one in the South Bay.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for the Planning Commission. The application deadline is Wednesday, June 10th at 5 p.m. City Hall is currently closed to the public. Applications will only be accepted via U.S. mail or via email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Please call to verify that we have received your applications. Postmarks will not be accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commission certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. For more information, call the City Clerk's office at 310-618-2870. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Chief Cerna, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren tomorrow, June 3rd, at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. 1 minute chime, all clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If at home and outdoors, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive. Close your windows and vents. Turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chimes that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. We are now moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Fire Captain Michael T. Simmons upon his retirement from the city after 29 years of service. Councilwoman Ashcraft, will you please read this resolution for us?
Yes, thank you. Whereas Michael Simmons started his fire service career as a seasonal firefighter with the United States Department of Forest Service from November 1987 through March 1989. He was hired by the City of Torrance as a firefighter on April 30th, 1990, and became a firefighter paramedic on May 1st, 1994. His prior work experience contributed to his successful transition with the fire department in Torrance. And whereas early on in his firefighter paramedic career, Mike received recognition for his exemplary performance while serving as an assistant to Chief Goings during the Calabasas fire in Malibu. He helped bring a semblance of order in the organization and management to 13 strike teams. His support made the situation manageable and tolerable while he provided critical information to Chief Goings. He was also acknowledged by the American Red Cross for his willingness to share his commitment to public safety. He completed the training and volunteered as an American Red Cross first aid instructor. He received his certification as a Rescue System 1 instructor and became a member of the Rescue Team Task Force. And whereas Mike's natural abilities, outstanding work habits, and professionalism are his greatest strengths. His initiative to improve himself was consistently mentioned in his evaluations. He took a plethora of classes and training to develop and refine his skills. His enthusiasm and efforts to hone his craft were evident with the quality and quantity of work that he provided. He motivated others to step it up a notch while performing their duties. And whereas on January 3rd, 1999, Mike was promoted to fire engineer and was assigned to Truck 91B. He made a concerted effort to become familiar with all aspects of equipment maintenance and apparatus operation and motivated his crew to follow through. His integrity and good rapport with his fellow fighters and the community are rare. He considered emergencies as opportunities for positive public relations. One notable comment on his evaluation: can I recommend that every firefighter employed by Torrance Firefighter Department spends at least 1 year working with Mike? We should all strive to be like Mike, end quote. His exceptional qualities, expertise, and performance were invaluable, as were demonstrated on numerous incidents he assisted with. And whereas Mike was promoted to captain on July 1st, 2001, bringing energy and enthusiasm to his new position, he adjusted well and faced the early tough challenges of the job by preparing ahead and spending hours reviewing supervisory materials. His caring attitude, loyalty, and honesty with his crew were noticeable in his relationships with them. He's a gifted instructor and was designated as one of the LARRO rope rescue and confined space instructors, where he was instrumental in developing and working on the technical rescue program for over 20 years. He was the lead state instructor for the department. He developed the department's fire suppression documents, including tactics and strategies that were utilized in the promotional test for captains. He initiated the updating of FEMA structural special guidance books for all trucks and command vehicles. He mentored and trained many members of the department, including 2 deputy instructors. He leads by example and encouraged his crew to stay involved with the department. Whereas on May 10th, 2012, Mike received a Distinguished Service Award from the South Bay's 38th Annual Medal of Valor Committee and was commended by the Torrance City Council for the incident that occurred on July 27, 2011, where a group of off-duty members of the Torrance Fire Department provided assistance to a female hiker who collapsed while hiking, and the husband who collapsed in a state of shock at the sight of his wife's condition. Mike and the TFD personnel completed the mission in the most professional manner, demonstrating the highest quality of service. And whereas Mike was involved with several projects, such as Fire Suppression Advisory Committee, Certified Emergency Response Team, or CERT, Apparatus Committee, and he served as a bona fide member of the Peer Support Team since its inception. On May 2nd, 2019, he was presented with the prestigious Chiefs Award for his significant contribution and involvement in the peer support and wellness program. He showed compassion and concern to members of the department and ensured care for their psychological well-being. He helped select a vendor who works well with our program guidelines and refined the contract. He served as a liaison with the vendor and was a resident expert on the subject of wellness nearing his retirement. Mike was asked to make certain the system was turnkey and the operation is seamless. And whereas Mike will be greatly missed by his coworkers, he represented the true TFD image of compassion and professionalism throughout the years. He provided 29 years of dedicated service to the city of Torrance and unselfishly put the department's needs above his personal desires and used his expertise for maximum team performance to the benefit of the fire department and the citizens of Torrance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Michael T. Simmons for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ, and be it further resolved that Mike be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this second day of June 2020.
Congratulations, Mike. Chief Cerna, and thank you, Council Member Ashcraft. Chief Cerna, would you like to say a few words about Michael?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll say a few words. Good evening, once again. I want to thank you for reading the resolution for Captain Simmons. I believe Mike is listening, and I know he's very appreciative of the recognition and the honor. It is truly my honor to say a few words about Mike. Unfortunately, many of us were not able to wish him well on his last shift in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I first met Mike, I believe, back when I graduated from the Fire Academy. I believe he was assigned to Rescue 91A. That would be on A shift. Mike was the consummate professional, always willing to teach and share his knowledge with others. He carried that attitude throughout his career and is highly respected for his firefighter skills. He was a go-to person for rope rescue training due to his passion for urban search and rescue, or USAR. Mike has always had a heart for caring and compassion for his fellow firefighters. For that matter, for the entire fire department family, due to his passion for their all of our emotional well-being. Our fire family is very appreciative of Mike's efforts in developing our peer support program, which is greatly appreciated, especially during these stressful times. Mike, I wish you well with your next chapter, and I hope to share a story here too sometime in the near future when the dust settles. Congratulations, Mike. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. And on behalf of my colleagues on the council, Mike, you're going to be missed, but you've laid down an awfully wonderful track record behind you. Your DNA is all over Torrance Fire Department, and will be that way for many decades to follow. That's for darn sure. I'd like a motion to approve resolution number 2020-37.
Council Member Kalani, motion to approve resolution number 2020-37.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chen was second.
Councilmember Chen got a second? Okay.
Roll call,
please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Seeing there are no items listed on the consent calendar, we are now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. If any members of the public wish to speak on items 9A, 9B, 9D, or 9E, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, 310-618-2404. The first item is 9A from Transit to authorize submission of fiscal year 2020-2021 Federal Transit Administration grant application and appropriate funding. From Transit Department.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, honorable members of the council, James Lee, Transit Department. Item 9A is requesting your honorable body's approval to allow the Transit Department to apply for and then utilize federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act funding to help supplement our department's operating budget as we continue to help mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. The Federal Transit Administration was allocated $25 billion in CARES Act funding to help assist public transportation agencies, and just over $1 billion was allocated to the Los Angeles County region. As a municipal transit operator, and because Torrance Transit remains in operation during this emergency period, Transit is eligible to request up to $7,910,110 in federal assistance. There is no local match requirement for this grant, and Transit will utilize these funds to offset the anticipated loss of state-level funds that rely on sales tax and fuel tax during fiscal years 20 and 21. The majority of the funding will be utilized for operating costs and staff time, with the remaining funds being utilized for the purchase of personal protective equipment, cleaning products, and other transit-related capital that will be needed during this time to help battle the COVID-19 situation. And with that, staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Are there any callers at the call center?
Mayor, I do not see any callers on the line for item 9A at this time. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Goodrich so moves.
Councilmember Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9B as in boy. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak on item 9B, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9B is also from Transit to approve a second amendment to the Trapeze payroll system interface and enhancement expenditure not to exceed $240,987. Again, from our Transit staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 9B is requesting Council's approval of a second amendment to Contract C-99-239 with Trapeze Group, which adds an additional $71,488 for the second and final phase of our payroll interface project for a new not-to-exceed cost for the contract of $240,987. This contract goes all the way back to 2005. This will align the Transit Department's planning and scheduling software, the Trapeze software, with the city's automatic data processing, or ADP, payroll system. The two software platforms will be able to interface and communicate automatically, creating a more streamlined and efficient way for the department to process the payroll for our nearly 170 employees. And it greatly reduces the possibility of human error during data entry, saving an estimated 234 hours of staff time per year for payroll processing. With that, staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Call center has anyone called in on item 9B?
Mayor, there are no callers on the line for item 9B. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I will certainly entertain a motion to concur with the staff recommendation on item 9B.
Councilmember Goodrich moves to approve item 9B.
Second, Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Seeing how item 9C was deferred to a later date, we're now moving on to item 9D. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak under item 9D, as in David, please call the public hotline now at 310-618-2404. Item 9D is from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update from staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Per City Council request last week's meeting, staff is returning to your honorable body to provide you with an update on COVID-19 recovery efforts, allow the City Council to discuss and consider taking whatever actions deemed appropriate for responding to the orders of the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19, ratify Public Order Number 2029, and ratify Public Order Number 2020-10. Consider adoption of a resolution indicating the City of Torrance is essential and in support of fair, direct federal emergency support to reopen and rebuild local American economies. Since last Tuesday's meeting, the Los Angeles County Department of Health modified the Safer at Home order effective Friday, May 29th, to allow for the reopening of restaurants, cafes, including for on-site dining, retail establishments, including shopping centers such as Del Amo Fashion Center. Hair salons and barbershops were also allowed to reopen. Nail salons remain closed during this stage. The supplemental issued tonight provides a detailed list of the open and closed recreation, entertainment, and learning sectors. Several area businesses remain closed at this time due to the city and county's curfew in response to area civil unrest incidents. We will continue to work with our business community to assist them with reopening as we return to normal operating conditions. Letters on behalf of the City of Torrance were sent to LA County supervisors and all area, state, and federal representatives, thanking them for their support and encouraging advancing to future stages in a safe manner. City staff have reached out to the Torrance businesses and shared with them guidelines, which have been posted on the city's business resource website, https://torrancecal.com/reopening. Under the current Stage 2 of the City of LA County Safer at Home order, the businesses that are open since last Friday include bookstores, music stores, toy stores, florists, sporting goods retailers, restaurants with limited capacity, retail shopping centers with limited capacity, hair salons, and barber shops. Torrance Alert and social media posts have been sharing our business resources information with the business community. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development, either by email to economicdevelopment@torrancecal.gov or via telephone at 310-618-5807. City of Torrance will continue to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines and share information with our businesses and the community. The city's economic development team will host webinars to assist various business sectors with developing their reopening plans, and again, can be reached by phone and email. Since our last meeting on Tuesday, May 26th, we have opened the Permit Center, offering curbside library services, and continue to implement safety enhancements in preparing to open city public counters, courts. Myself and the Fire Chief and EOC Director are available for questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
And to our
Are there any questions? Yeah. Are there any questions from the council? I see no questions from the council. Do we have any callers who have called into the call center on item 9D as in David?
We have the Fire Chief and the EOC Director here if you would like to walk through any information on that as to what we've covered this last week.
Okay. Fire Chief, would you like to give us an update?
This time, Honor, I don't have an update from what we presented last week, but I'm available to answer any questions or provide any clarification on any items that the council or the mayor have or the public.
Oh, thank you very much. And our EOC Director, Mr. Shaparian, is there any updates?
Same sentiment as City Manager and Fire Chief. I think we've captured the update, Mayor, and thank you for all the support, as well to the community and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the council? Again, I see no one. Call center, has anyone called in on item 9D as in David?
Yes, Mayor. I have one caller on the line at this time. Are you ready for me to patch him in?
Please do.
Bill Reynolds, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank Mayor and Council for their balanced and constructive action at the special meeting last week regarding COVID-19, and I sincerely hope you will continue to act in such a manner on item 9D by accepting staff's recommendation, and likewise in the future. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other callers in the call center on item 9D as in David?
No, Mayor. No other callers on item 9D. Thank you.
Okay. I think on this, if there's nobody else wishing to be heard, we can take a motion to accept and file.
Motion, Councilman Griffiths, motion to accept and file.
Mayor, you actually have some items you have to approve. Is that correct?
Oh, as I look on there, yes, we have to receive we do accept and file and receive the COVID-19 recovery update. Discuss, we did that. And now ratified public order number 2020-9, ratified public order number 2020-10, and then consider adoption of a resolution indicating the City of Torrance is essential and in support of fair, correct federal emergency support to reopen and rebuild local American economies. Do I have a motion to encapsulate all that? Yes?
Mayor, I'll update my motion to include all the recommendations of the city manager, including items 1 through 5, as per the item.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second, Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a vote on that. Roll call.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Do we have a number and title on that?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is Resolution Number 2020-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying Public Order Number 2020-9, modifying Section 3, Parades, and repealing Section 1, Street Fairs, Section 5, Swap Meets, and Section 6, Del Amo Fashion Center of Public Order Number 2020-2 that prohibited street fairs, block parties, parades, community runs, and cycling events. Closing swap meets and all Del Amo Fashion Center stores that are solely accessed from within the internal corridors of the mall, with the exception of certain food and beverage vendors and or facilities.
Move to adopt Resolution 2020-38.
Second, Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yeah.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. We have another number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Resolution Number 2020-39, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying Public Order Number 2020-10, amending Section 3, Public and Closed Hearings of Public Order Number 2020-4 that suspended timelines in Sections 11.5.3 and 11.5.4 of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to hearings on appeals, suspending timelines in Sections 92.41.090, 92.41.100, 92.41.110, and 92.41.120 relating to view equity and suspending all public hearings during the state of emergency related to COVID-19.
Councilman Griffiths, move to adopt Resolution 2020-39.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Do we have one more number and title?
No, Your Honor, there was only the two resolutions.
Okay. Then we will move on. At the beginning of the meeting, the City Council moved to add item 9E as an Edward to tonight's agenda in order to take action on a matter that was not on the agenda. California Government Code 54954.2B2 required us a determination by two-thirds vote of the council that immediate action was necessary and that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. A motion was made and carried unanimously. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak under item 9E as an Edward, please call the public comment hotline right now at 310-618-2404. Again, 310-618-2404. Item 9E is from the city manager, ratification of proclamation of local emergency and ratification of public orders. From our city staff, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Your Honor. It became necessary, seeing what events were happening in the LA County area, for the city manager to proclaim another local emergency, which relates to the civil problems that we're facing right at the present time. And it also needed to require an order at a later date that we establish a curfew for our citizens, and then modified that curfew because the county itself took action to continue it across the whole county area. The declaration was pursuant to the governor of the state of California, who declared LA County in an emergency area, and it provides methodologies for us to seek state assistance and to recover costs related to the emergency, take actions during the civil unrest, and to modify, if necessary, the curfew order as allowed by either the actions of the public or by actions by the County of Los Angeles. And the city attorney can elaborate on the actual documents that are before you. So to Patrick.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Patrick Sullivan, city attorney.
Thank you.
The three documents in front of you, as Mr. Jackson pointed out, are three resolutions. The first one just ratifies the city manager's proclamation of emergency that he issued on May 30th at 10:30 p.m. It just essentially allows the city to have legal immunities for certain actions it takes under its emergency power, just like we did with the COVID emergency. It lets us request reimbursement and federal and state assistance. And it also allows the city manager to use his police powers under the California Constitution, state law, city charter, and Torrance Municipal Code. The second and third resolutions are just to ratify the public orders that the city manager issued. The first one was issued on May 30th at 10:36 p.m., right after the initial declaration, that it imposed a curfew at 12 a.m. on May 31st, and that was through 5:30 a.m. on May 31st. It had additional curfew hours that actually never went into effect from 8 p.m. to 5:30 a.m., but those never went into effect because they were superseded by the civil unrest public order 2020-2, which was issued by the city manager on May 31st, 2020 at 5:19 p.m. The curfew hours in that order, which are still in effect, are every day from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Mayor, we also have the chief available to give you an update on where we stand with this current issue and what sort of actions we've taken to respond to the emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Chief Berg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chief Berg from the Police Department. I'm here to give you a public safety update in regard to what we've been doing since actually the last weekend. So due to the civil unrest, on May 29th, the Torrance Police Department was put on tactical alert. That pretty much was put on, everybody was put on standby to waiting to see what was going to happen. However, we did enhance our patrols by putting more officers on the street beginning on May 29th. As we watched what was occurring in the area and assessed the situation, we conferred with the city manager, and the department was put on tactical alert on May 31st at 6 p.m. This means all hands on deck. We were working 12 on and 12 off in hours. Detectives, everybody was put out into the field. Also on that Sunday, May 31st, we actually had a wonderful, peaceful protest at the corner of Torrance Boulevard and Madrona that involved about 400 people and lasted about 5 hours. We had planned accordingly, and sufficient units were all around the city of Torrance. Later that night, we sent units to Long Beach and Santa Monica as well as L.A. to assist them with some of the civil unrest that was going on. The first night of the deployment period on May 31st at 6 p.m., we deployed more than 50 officers. We made 24 arrests that night on a multitude of crimes. And of the people who were arrested, all of them had possession of stolen property, were just committing burglaries, or had just come from Santa Monica or Long Beach. The next night, or the next morning, the second shift on June 1st at 6 a.m., we fielded more than 74 police officers. At that time, we added restriction around the area of the mall, as well as some other locations within our city. We also elevated our EOC to a level 1. On June 2nd, there were peaceful protests, again at the corner of Madrona and Torrance Boulevard. There was also a peaceful protest in front of the police station. On June 1st, we made a request for the National Guard to assist us in the city of Torrance. The request was approved, and so now we have a National Guard in our city deployed all throughout the city of Torrance. Our mission is to protect life and property, and we support and uphold the First Amendment right on freedom of speech and to peacefully assemble and to protest. However, we do not condone the illegal activities of rioting, looting, physically harming others, and the destruction of property. I am available for any questions.
Mayor, I'd add that the mall has been closed and continues to be closed. Target store also remains closed. We unfortunately, with the curfew, we've had an undesired effect upon the opening of restaurants in the community. They have to almost conform to the hour of the closure as per the curfew because people can't stop to pick up. They can't go into the restaurants after the 8 o'clock hour. Hopefully this will be a short period of time, and we're apologetic for the impact it has on our business.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jackson. And Chief Berg, could you explain to the community the benefit that law enforcement has by having the curfew set at a certain time?
Yes, sir. Without giving up too much intelligence information, there are so many rumors and various different underground activities going on multiple social media outlets. And we were made aware of some of those, the intelligence information that led us to believe that there were multiple entities that were going to come to the city of Torrance and loot, and to the city of Torrance and burglarize and wreak havoc. So by having the curfew, we were able to monitor who and when people were coming in, because there were a lot of people coming in after just looting from Long Beach as well as the city of Santa Monica and downtown LA. And it's a way for us to be able to keep our community safe at this specific time while we manage what was going on, especially the first couple of days.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification of that. Are there any questions from the council? I see no hands raised. To the call center, has anyone called in on item 9E as in Edward?
Yes, Mayor. Are you ready for the callers to be patched in?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I find it absolutely ridiculous that you had the nerve to issue a statement saying that we at the Torrance Police Department are incredibly disturbed and saddened by the death of George Floyd in Minnesota, when you have a George Floyd in your own city by the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, when you have another one by the name of Michael David Lopez and Michelle Shirley, and the woman who was also killed earlier this year. You have the nerve to call them out to call another city out on police brutality when you issue it in your own city? Are you serious? You have the nerve to sit there and say that the actions of the officers are deplorable and violate public trust. Look at your own damn selves. Look in the mirror. Look at the Torrance Police Department. You're doing it right now yourselves. And then you say, oh, we train to de-escalate a situation whenever possible. Did you train to de-escalate when you beat up and arrested 4 people on May 14th? Or what about a few months later when you did it again? Was that de-escalation? Is it de-escalation when you have police in riot gear kicking protesters out of a city council meeting? Is that de-escalation? You have some nerve. This only proves how corrupt and how hypocritical and contradictory you are. How dare you have the nerve to invoke the name of George Floyd? You ought to be ashamed of your damn selves. It's absolutely ridiculous. You let Sister Sherilyn sit in that room and listen to your nonsense, and you can't even look her in the face, and you have the nerve to utter the name of George Floyd? Have you lost your goddamn minds? Are you serious? You have lost your minds. You have no concept of reality and what's going on in your own city. If you decry the police violence, then fire Matthew Concannon. Fire Anthony Chavez. If you decry police brutality, then you should fire your whole goddamn freaking police department because they continue to commit violence against people of the public on a regular basis. It's insane how you guys are. You don't even have any touch with reality and what's actually going on in the streets. I cannot believe you. You do not know how to de-escalate anything. So if this is actually who you are and what you say you are, and you say you will not tolerate in the ranks anyone who does not live up to the standards that you listed before, then fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon, and create a civilian oversight commission that you were told to do in 2018, and you were told to do for over a year as protesters showed up in city council meetings and were met with riot gear. I'm done with your asses.
Thank you. Caller Center, anybody else call in?
Yes, Mayor. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I hope we're talking about still item 9E. In that case, I would like to congratulate you from this decision. Even this curfew is adding to the problems of recovering from COVID virus, but this preventative measures is serving the city good, so we don't get looters and we don't get all those scum people ruining our city. Nothing wrong with a couple of day of curfew and see until the things cool off, then have those people, those unlawful people who are looting and causing violence come to our city. I checked out the city today. I saw the barricades and everything, and that part is good to protect our still existing businesses. The sad thing is that we cannot open up and do our business because of COVID. I congratulate you on this decision, and hopefully more of these thugs who looting, who causing violence, go to jail, because I'm for a peaceful process. I also protest. I also congratulate the peaceful protesters who did not cause violence in our city, who let their voice heard. And also, I'm for this lockdown or curfew because I think it's protecting our city. The only problem was I heard it like a little bit too late and I missed my shopping. The store was closed when I got there. But otherwise, that was just a little convenience. Compared to that, I could have go to an empty store next day. So on this decision, I congratulate you, and I'm with you on this one. And I'm also sad I'm only the second person who calls in to the meetings, because people should be involved and go along with the good thing and stand up against looters and violent people. All right, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. In the call center, do we have any other callers?
Yes, Mayor. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Mary Ann McFarland.
Yes. Hello. I'm glad I was able to get through today and talk to you. I was happy to to hear that that you passed the resolution that you did and that you protected our city. I'm very proud to be a Torrance resident, and I think you guys did an outstanding job. And I think the city of Redondo Beach thinks so, too, because I noticed today when I drove by there that they had also cordoned off the Galleria. So I think they took our good lesson and used it over there. But I thank you very much for the work you're doing, and I wanted to compliment you on taking swift action and protecting everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello?
Are you ready for the next caller, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah. Hello. I think it's kind of interesting that I know for a fact that some Black Lives Matter organizers called in before me, but somehow my call with my white-ass name got in first. I also think that it is interesting that you guys think that people are going to walk all the way from Los Angeles to come and destroy Del Amo Mall. Nobody cares about your stupid little city, okay, first of all. No one's going to loot you. There's not going to be anything going on. There was a protest in Torrance, and nothing happened. And I also find that very interesting because the protest was majority white, and your police didn't show up. But when Black Lives Matter comes into your city hall, you come out in riot gear. I'm also disgusted with the chief of police and her statement about George Floyd's murder. You guys know what you did was wrong. You guys know the complicity you have in Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder. To declare a state of emergency is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing is going to happen in your precious little town. Nothing is ever going to happen, right? I am so frustrated. It is Black Lives Matter has been organizing at your city council for over a year, and you do nothing. But you can move immediately and declare a state of emergency because of some freaking protest in Los Angeles and San Pedro. And you cannot fire the officers who murdered Christopher. You cannot create a civilian oversight commission. I get more frustrated with the stupid town every week. I was out of City Hall protesting on Saturday. Where were you? Your cops take lives. That is an emergency. Your cops brutalize their own citizens. That is an emergency. Amidst a pandemic, your cops are still treating people like shit. And you can declare this so quickly, days later. And we have to beg for a sliver of justice for someone who your cops stole his freaking life because he was black. And each one of you has blood on their hands.
Mayor, I believe that caller has disconnected herself. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, ma'am.
Catman, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Catman from Onus News Service, and the city of Torrance is currently under a curfew. However, exempted in that curfew, number 2 are authorized representatives of any news service, newspaper, or radio or television station or network. I implore the city council and the district or the city attorney to clarify who fits that criteria of authorized representatives of any news service. As of right now, Los Angeles County and LAPD are treating only people that have been approved and have press passes issued by those agencies to engage in free press and to be out in the curfew right now. As I'm sure you are all aware, in America, every citizen has a constitutional right to free press, and California law says that authorized representatives in a news service are allowed to cross police lines and to be, as you guys pointed out, in this order out past curfew, engaging in free press. In the past, the Torrance Police Department has not recognized independent journalists as members of the press. So I really want the city of Torrance, before they start arresting members of the press in this time when free press and free speech and accurate reporting of events is essential, I want the city council and the city attorney to define, does this apply just to people that have been credentialed or issued press passes by the city of Torrance or LA County Sheriffs? Because the city of Torrance does not issue press passes. So I want to know how the Torrance Police Department, how the city is going to enforce the exemption for authorized representatives of any news service. Hopefully this can allow for independent journalists to engage in free press, and the city can avoid a lawsuit by unlawfully arresting law-abiding American citizens trying to engage in free press. I hope the city of Torrance stands with the Constitution. I hope that they don't think that some protest means that the First Amendment right to free press does not exist anymore, or that it exists only for people that have been approved by the police as quote-unquote members of the press. So please take that into consideration on your civil unrest public order, and please uphold the constitutional right to free press for all people, not just those that have been determined by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department or another police agency as those who get to enjoy their constitutional right to free press. So I look forward to a more clarified or some type of response from the city clarifying this issue.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Mayor. Melissa Garrison, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello. I would just like to echo some of the concerns that were brought up by earlier callers regarding the statement issued by Chief Berg. I am new to Torrance, and I've only lived here about a year and a half. But just a couple of weeks after I moved here, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed by Torrance police. And I've been looking on Twitter to stay up to date the last few days about things going on in Southern California, and I've noticed a number of comments from people of color saying that the Torrance Police Department is racist, and I find that very concerning. I am concerned that whatever de-escalation training Chief Berg mentioned in that letter might not be working the way it's intended to, and I was also very concerned to see that there was nothing in that letter about addressing implicit biases that individual members of the police department might have that might cause them to disproportionately stop and target people of color. And I just want to let you know that I'm new to Torrance and I'm new to participating in the city council, but I will be watching very carefully what the city council and what the police department do next. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Call center, anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Elizabeth Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Parks, and I am truly appalled by the audacity of Police Chief Berg's statement regarding the murder of George Floyd and the fact that she even spoke his name when her department is full of violent and murderous police officers under your watch, City Council, is absolutely, unconscionably absurd and intolerable. I am calling to support the demand to defend, honor, and bring justice to the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was murdered, assassinated within 15 seconds. You can watch unedited body cam footage of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell being shot within 15 seconds of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, the officers approaching his car. People who are not in this fight, I have been showing this video to in recent days in light of the George Floyd murder, and they cannot believe it. The way you treat protesters in your city who are white and Asian, who invoke the slogan, Black Lives Matter. They are treated like first-class citizens, while every single time Black Lives Matter comes to your meeting, they are silenced and rejected, including the poor mother of this murdered child. It is absolutely disgusting, and I am very sorry for all of your souls. It is not okay to only bring selective justice. Mayor Fury, the protesters have come to your house before, and they will return 20-fold, the way they did today to Mayor Garcetti's house in Los Angeles. The movement is coming for you. The demands are clear and simple. Create civilian oversight of the Torrance Police Department, which has a horrible history of racism and violence against civilians. Begin the oversight now, this week, and fire Officer Concannon and Officer Chavez. They need to be taken off the force. You have a small force and a small community, and these people are murderers. Take them off the force now.
Mayor, I believe that caller disconnected herself.
Okay, do we have anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Joni Lopez, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello. Hi. My name is Joni Lopez, and just to go off of what everyone else is saying, I'll try to keep it cordial because, I want you guys to really hear the message. People want accountability within the police force. They are paid through taxpayer money. This is our money that we are providing for their livelihood to protect us in return. We need accountability. We need to know that you're not just sitting there, with feel-good emotions and nice words for us to, just kind of go back to our normal lives. We want to know that there is going to be change. A lot of people are concerned about working body cameras. A police officer cannot go on duty without their badge. They also should not go on duty without a working camera. Yesterday in downtown LA, someone was assaulted, and 5 out of 5 of the cops with their body cameras, none of them worked conveniently. That's not okay. It's an excuse. People think that we'll get over it. We're just going to go back to our routine. People are tired. We've been tired. This has been going on for decades, and let's be quite honest, centuries. We are long overdue on the compensation of Black people and their community. We want working body cameras for all police officers. We want de-escalation training that is psychology-based, and this means proper language, speaking with respect, understanding that the way that they speak to the citizens is what they're going to get in return. So if they want to lead by example, they need to speak by example. No provoking, no interrogations, no assumptions. And then that's what the knee-jerk reaction in the unit. They have tasers. They have spray. If they need to use a gun, teach them to shoot below the waist. Aim below the waist. There's no reason for these people to be killed, especially when they're unarmed. This is not an example of leadership and protection of our community with these knee-jerk reactions. It sounds like anyone can be a cop, and I feel like there needs to be a certain standard, and obviously this needs to go across the whole country, but we need to start here in our own city, and hopefully other people, in Hawthorne and Inglewood and LA, that they start picking up on it. But there needs to be a pattern, and there needs to be honest change and real repercussions. There needs to be laws that hold cops accountable as if I committed second-degree murder. The fact that this cop who killed George Floyd...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 3 minutes were up. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Emily, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
How dare you pretend to support Black lives right now? Your officers
killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell the exact same way that George Floyd was murdered, without any cause. The difference was that it only took 15 seconds for Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez to murder Christopher. After the fact, even the racist Minneapolis Police Department fired their officers immediately, whereas your officers are still out on the streets able to murder others. And yet you send out emails about how your police department is supportive of Black lives, that your police department allows and condones peaceful protests. What about every single fucking night that we are in Torrance peacefully protesting? Because we drop a few F-bombs or don't sit in silence at the exact moment that you would like us to, you are going to say that we are non-peaceful protesters? Is that what's happening right now? Because clearly you do not value peaceful protest. Nothing in your actions toward us have shown that you value peaceful protest. Fuck, you can't even let a grieving mother talk for more than 3 fucking minutes. Christopher's mother, you cannot let her finish her fucking thoughts, and yet you want to pretend that you support peaceful protest. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Mayor, I believe that caller has disconnected herself. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, we are.
Arnold, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, I haven't heard much comment regarding the resolution. I would just like to say I support the resolution and the measured ways in which the city and the city manager are working to maintain order in the city. I am a little bit concerned about a comment made by one council member last week at the meeting, the closing of the meeting, regarding us losing our First Amendment rights. I think that that's not what this issue is about. I also saw where he wrote on Neighborhood that he's insured by Swiss and Wesson Insurance Company. I don't think that those kind of comments are conducive to maintaining order in our city. And I think that's what we really need now, is the professionalism and courtesy that we need to provide to each other, and just stop the negativity. It's got to be positive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are you ready for the next caller, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephen Goldsmith, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. People may know me from another issue, and I apologize that I haven't got any of the details of these events that have happened in Torrance. But I did want to share something for all that are questioning, are the people that are advocating, biased or justified in their complaints. And I was on a meeting on Sunday on the weekend of some Rotarians trying to deal with their anxiety and their concerns. It's a weekly meeting about the virus and the pandemic. And towards the end of the meeting, they took up this subject. And somebody asked one of the Afro-Americans in the group, had they had any experience. And he's a large African-American man, 53 years old, has been stopped 8 times by police, put on the curb, had his car searched, nothing found, no charges. Most recent 6 months ago, not all necessarily in Torrance, but he said no one was. He was just telling his story that he, when he would go to his father's business, which he also owned, he would go through Torrance, and he was always nervous until he got to the border of Torrance, and then he was could relax a little bit. So that feedback, this is something very deep in the police department throughout the country and maybe throughout the world. It's a systemic problem, and the city needs to start a planning process that's going to make sure that this doesn't happen. All the cities do. But just some objective feedback from somebody unsolicited. He didn't point out other cities. He pointed out the city of Torrance. So I think you have a problem. It needs to be worked on, needs to be solved, and people need to be listened. There was a march today, and they were chanting, "I can't breathe," and then they were chanting, "I can't listen." So I think this is a need for a listening exercise by people at all levels in every part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paul, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi. Thank you for taking the time. I was just calling about Resolution 9E. I just think that it's not actually benefiting us. I believe that having a curfew set from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., especially throughout this whole COVID, is just making matters worse. We've been pretty much trapped in our homes for a while now, and then now we have another thing on top of that. It doesn't even get dark until close to 8 o'clock. We're working, and now we have to worry that we can't go outside. And then also, I believe that by having this curfew, we don't know what's going on out there. I know that there's news in the media, but we don't know what these police are doing out there. We don't know what these looters are doing. We don't know what these rioters are doing. We're just stuck inside our homes, and we're forced to just be okay with that. Also, on what everybody else was talking about, I know that several years ago, in the city of Torrance, the cops just randomly shot up at some truck because they were scared that somebody that was out had wrote some memo saying that they were going to do something to police, and it wasn't even the same type of truck, and it's very irresponsible. And these unions that the police have, they're able to get away with a lot of stuff that us as citizens wouldn't be able to. And I think that it's very unfair for us to be able to just be okay with people that are supposed to be working for us, and instead they're just taking advantage of us. I think a lot of people are really, really, really upset right now because of all these things, of the way the system is and the way the police and everything are. But yeah, regarding the resolution, I think that it should not be passed. I think anytime that you guys want to declare an emergency, you guys are just taking more of our civil rights away. And I think a lot of people in the city, in the county, in the country, in the state, everybody's just getting really sick of having any excuse to have emergency powers. And that's all I really want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lauren, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I would just like to register my great disappointment at the council and Mayor Fury for having no one show up at the protest on Sunday. I was there. It was organized by primarily by the youth of this city, kids at the local high schools. It was peaceful. It was incredibly powerful. Not one of you was there. I thought that was a shame. It was terrible in light of the fact of Torrance's own history of police brutality. And I just want to say that change is coming to this city. The change will be led by the youth in this city. Many of them that attend our high schools right now will bring this change, and it will be fueled by the anger caused by incidents like the George Floyd killing and Torrance's own history of police brutality. But mark my words, change will come to the city, and these issues will get their day, and Torrance will undergo a change for the better. It won't turn back at this point. Hopefully you guys will see it coming, and we can do something now rather than waiting. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Stephanie Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I just find it stunning that you guys would have any kind of plan of response for protests when you cannot handle the smallest amount of disagreement or protest. Black Lives Matter and allies protest peacefully in your chambers every single week, and you pull out cops in riot gear to deal with it. This is classic over-escalation. This is people just trigger-happy, waiting to hurt people. I cannot even understand how you think you have the slightest idea of how to handle this. And speaking of First Amendment rights, which Chief Berg in her letter was so clear to say that we accept peaceful protest and people expressing their right to free speech, no, you don't. We know that you don't. You express it every single week. And to even have the audacity to make any kind of a statement against the death of George Floyd when Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed by your police officers and not one word has been said, you are out there trying to get attention, trying to get positive spin in the media by saying false things. We know that you do not care about the lives of black men killed by police. It's easy for you to say it because it happened in a different city, but when it happens in Torrance, not one single word. Even when his mother comes and faces you and speaks to you, you shut her down, you push a baton in her neck and push her out of the chambers. You have no business speaking on any of this. You have no idea how to handle any kind of protest. And what happens in Torrance is exactly why our country is in such a state right now. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm done.
Thank you.
Shirlane, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
When we come to protest in your city every week, we come peacefully. But you don't like what we say. You don't like how we sit, what we say out when we want to voice our opinion. And you always bring the police with their riot gear to push us out of there. And you call that what? Peaceful? That you are trying to hurt us to move us out? I am hurt. I miss my son so much. My son is not supposed to be gone right now. My son was murdered by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon within 15 seconds. They shut off the light, shot my son as he was saying, stop, stop, stop. And after that, they called for the SWAT team to come and shoot plastic bullets, treating him like he was out there killing or murdering somebody. Then they didn't send no help within 45 minutes to an hour to assist, but did not. Then why didn't Anthony Chavez have his body cam working? You let him leave the station without his body cam working, and that's unacceptable. Why is that? I demand that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and make a civilian oversight committee. They told you to do that a year before my son was murdered, but you still haven't did it yet. I say keep on burning this motherfucker down, because everybody needs to understand that enough is enough. We're tired of our kids being murdered. We need a change. Stop murdering our people and stop murdering our kids. I am tired, and I am tired of these officers getting away with murder. I demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concannon. Mayor, do something. Be better than the Minneapolis mayor.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 3 minutes were up.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Matthew, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hey, good evening, council members and the residents of Torrance. I'm glad to hear everyone engaged in our government. Accountability is the word of the evening, and unless we're all engaged, it will be the only way that we can bring accountability to our elected officials. As far as the resolution with 9E, I am a taxpayer, and I'd like to know where I can find the detailed criteria for declaring an emergency. I'm not sure what amount of damage or what amount of people on the street or what amount of violence constitutes the additional use of our police force out on the street, or calling in the National Guard and creating this basically scenario of fear and anxiety amongst the residents. It's also affecting the businesses. I'd like to know what is the details that constitutes this declaring a state of emergency. I think it's a little bit misleading that in the resolution it says no expenditures, but then we're talking about all this additional resource that's being brought in order to deal with the issue. I do think that we do need to keep our neighborhoods safe. I think we do need to protect property, and at the same time we need to protect folks' First Amendment rights to speak their minds. I'd also like to say and echo some of our other citizens that not showing up or not going out to support the rallies basically speaks that you support some other cause. It goes a long way. Your actions go a long way. It'd be really nice to see some of you out there. I've heard that some of our police department has stopped by and given out some high fives. I do think that if you support fair and just policing, that you stop by and you say hello to the folks who are out there making noise for that cause. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Anne, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I'm against the resolution. If you meant what you said, you would meet the demands of Black Lives Matter, who are simply asking that you fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, as well as creating a civilian oversight commission. If you really believed in what you said, you would do this. You would have already done it. But you're so tone deaf. You are the very people you speak out against. You say George Floyd, but what about Asa Dolak, Michael David Lopez, Michelle Shirley, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Desiree Nicole Garza? For people who do not know, those are people who were murdered by Torrance Police Department just in the last few years. There are George Floyds in Torrance and in every other city and at the hands of every other police department around this country. At least Minneapolis fired the officers and charged one of them. You haven't done anything. You have the nerve to mention the fact that you respect peaceful protest? Let's define peaceful. According to Webster's dictionary, it is devoid of violence or force. That's exactly how people show up, Black Lives Matter and their allies, to Torrance City Council meetings. And yet you push them out right here.
Excuse me, ma'am. I believe you called in previously using another name.
No, my name is Ann.
We're going to disconnect this call. Thank you.
You can't
Calling
do
center,
that.
disconnect this call. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller has been disconnected. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, we are. And if anybody else calls in a duplicate time, they will be disconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron Black, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
You're protecting a fucking mall before Black Lives, jackass. How...
Another repeat caller. Disconnect, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a few more callers on the line. Karen Greenberg, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I can tell you that most of the people who have called are not citizens of Torrance. And there is one person in particular who I actually know personally. So I'd like to say I live in District 6 of Torrance. I walk precincts for our election. We do elect our representatives, as other people have called in with scripted statements saying that the people do not agree with what you do, but they do because you're elected. We elected you, and I can say I 100% support our police department. They have done a fantastic job. We have a vulnerable mall in Delamo. They went out and protected it from being vandalized and riots. I saw the neighborhood that I grew up in vandalized and desecrated, which was the Fairfax district. It was shocking to me that nobody was out there protecting the synagogues and the stores that were in that district. I thank you for protecting the people of Torrance. My neighbors thank you. We all thank you. The police department is fabulous, and the city council is doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much, and please keep up the good work. I support all of the direction you're taking for these peaceful protests and to prevent the rioting and vandalism that the other cities have not been able to prevent. So thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are a few more callers on the line, Mayor. David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, hi everybody. Thanks very much for all of the great work done in terms of protecting the city during all the terrible things that have been going on. I really appreciate the fact that we are creating as much freedom as we possibly can for everybody, and also restricting criminals from doing criminal things. So I'm going to suggest that we somehow get this order amended so that rather than reading the curfew shall not apply to and then a list of things, maybe have it so that the curfew only applies to people who are loitering or in large groups, and I don't know, put a number on it, I don't know, but the idea being that it gives some teeth to keeping people who are going to commit crimes at bay and keep them from committing crimes, and yet keeping the normalcy and keeping businesses open and that sort of thing. So that's my thoughts there. And again, thanks very much for keeping everything safe. And I also want to applaud the community of Torrance in terms of just the way that we have not responded as other cities, that people have been, even though they may be frustrated with different things, that people are behaving in ways that are civil and good for the community. And together as a community, we will figure out how to address, we will continue to address the issues that need to be addressed. And there are always issues in our world that need to be addressed, and we are definitely addressing them. They need to be addressed. They are being addressed, and I'm very happy with the way so many things have been addressed. I'm very happy with the protest that was very peaceful. I happened to drive by that, and I saw nothing but peaceful people. In fact, I had a friend that was involved in it, called out my name. And also I saw that the protest in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach was also very peaceful today, and they had a great turnout, people who were wanting justice, wanting things to remain nonviolent, wanting things to remain good and godly. We are all accountable to God. We are, and as we all seek to move towards God, we can do nothing but converge, because any two people who are, or multiple people who are moving towards God are on a converging path.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
How many more callers do we have on this?
Mayor, at this time, I see 2 more callers on this item.
They will be the last 2 callers on this item. We've had enough time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Sean, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Sean, are you on the line?
Oh, yes, I am. I didn't hear my name clearly. I thought you said another name. Sorry. First of all, I'd like to address the mayor, the council members, and those that serve the city of Torrance, and thank them for their service. And basically, I'm calling not to complain, but I just want to encourage people that are a part of this council meeting, either they're live or by phone or have called in. And I'd like to remind everyone that we are a democratic republic, and the responsibility of what happens with our cities, our towns, our suburbs that we live in, it's all because of us, what we choose to do and what we choose not to do. And when we get down on the police, who are trained to protect us, and people that choose not to respect and take on their own individual responsibility to obey authority, we have a breakdown of organized civilization. And so there's been a lot of people that have called in tonight that have used foul language, that have not stated law properly, nor even the foundations of this great republic that we're fortunate to live in. And Torrance is a very diversified city. It's continued to diversify more and more over the years, but it stands out amongst the entire L.A. County as a city that has always been well managed, a great place of employment, a great lifestyle, great education. And I would encourage the citizens of this city to get involved, to not talk, but to get involved and help our elected officials, because our elected officials cannot do it on their own. They are not supposed to do it on their own, and it takes all of us to make it happen. So to all the civil servants that make our great city operate each and every day, thank you. And for those that are causing alleged unrest because they think peaceful protest doesn't have to have violence, that's wrong. You can actually encroach upon and impede public right-of-ways and be causing disturbance, and that's not considered a peaceful demonstration. So we need to go back to the books, learn about what this country's about, and get back to our basics so that Torrance can be even better than some of the things that it's had.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. Are you ready for the last caller?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anthony Lim, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor. This is Anthony Lim, and thank you for, again, as I'm echoing many callers, that you guys are doing an awesome job, and you guys really react and be proactive about what could have happened if all those things were not in place. And the police department were awesome. And also I want to thank National Guard who are present in our city right now. And that is an intimidating sight to see for the thugs that are wanting to do harm to our shopping malls and our buildings and things like that. So I applaud you guys. And perhaps for the future, if you could put a warning that there may be callers with, language that we may not want those to hear. Maybe that can be like a little warning during the public hearing. And I know none of you guys, I've never heard of you saying the F word, so you don't need to do it while you guys are talking. But and the third is, I do understand why perhaps you all never went to the protest, because I too do feel, when you watch the video of what happened to George Floyd, everyone is compelled to say, wow, that was a terrible thing that happened. But it's not as clear as in the other case. So, but the protest, when I saw the sign, it wasn't just about George Floyd. It was about DeAndre Mitchell, who, we had Black Lives Matter been here for over a year now. So, and to me, that's the reason why I didn't go up there. So, anyway, thank you very much. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. That concludes that public portion of this item 9E. Do any of my council members wish to take some action on this? We're looking for 3 resolutions, and I think we can do it collectively if my memory serves me correct.
Your Honor, this is Patrick Sullivan. Yes, you're correct. You can make the motion as one motion, do all 3. And if you direct the city clerk to read the title as part of it, you can take it all together then.
Okay. Should I ask for a number and title at this time then? And get that read, and then the motion be made after that?
Rebecca, would you like to read the number and title for each of them?
Yes, thank you, Patrick. The first is Resolution 2020-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying the existence of a local emergency regarding civil unrest in the City of Torrance. The next resolution is Resolution number 2020-41, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying civil unrest public order number 2020-1, imposing a curfew citywide. And, Your Honor, the last one is Resolution number 2020-42, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying civil unrest public order number 2020-2, amending the hours of a curfew citywide.
Councilmember
I'd like to move to adopt resolutions 2020-40, -41, and 42.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, if I may, I just wanted to clarify for the public, because I think it was on a lot of people's minds, is that during this curfew, you're still allowed, according to page 2 of order number 2020-2, items 2/, 3, people going, so in other words, the order is not, curfew shall not apply to, number 3 shows, people going directly to and from their place of employment. So if you're leaving work, it's at 6:30, 7 o'clock. I just want to make it clear for the public that you're still able to go home or go to work if you happen to work the night shift. Is that correct, Sullivan?
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, yes, you are correct. You are allowed to go to and from work.
Okay. So I'd like to second. I'd like to.
We have a motion and a motion. And we have a second by Councilmember Matucci. Take a roll call vote, please, all 3.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Your Honor,
Okay, I was in. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. You're going to do it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to put a reminder there. There actually was a third resolution for the council to consider under item 9D, as in David. If you wanted to go back and reconsider that item, it's up to the council if they wanted to adopt it or not. But it was a resolution in support of fair, direct federal emergency to support reopening and rebuilding local American economies. So if the council wanted to reconsider item 9D, they could look at that resolution again if they chose to do so.
But I do need a motion for reconsideration of 9D.
Correct, since we were already past the item.
Councilmember Chen has raised his hand, so Councilmember Chen, you'd like to make that motion?
Yes, Mayor. I motion that we reconsider the 9 Delta to pass a resolution of that item.
Councilmember Matucci has his name up.
Matucci, I'll second.
We'll take a roll call vote to reconsider 9D as in Delta.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Aye. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that
So this time we're going. Thank you. I knew you were going to say that, so that's why I talked all over you. I'm sorry. So at this time we're going to recall item 9D from the city manager, and specifically we're doing this to consider a resolution indicating that it's the last one, is it not, Mr. Sullivan?
That's correct. It would be number 5 on the recommendation. We can just, if it's okay with the city clerk, leave the other 2 resolutions that have already been adopted as resolutions 2020-38 and 2020-39, which were items 3 and 4. And if the council would like to look at the resolution, it's on attachment I on page 53 of the item.
Thank you, sir. Whenever someone's ready, we'll take a motion to adopt a resolution.
Councilman Griffiths, I move
He's our fastest
to
reader,
adopt
so
the
he gets to move
resolution,
it.
but I'm not sure that there was a number given.
There is not.
Councilmember Griffiths, it would be resolution number 2020-43.
Move to adopt resolution 2020-43.
Councilmember Chen?
I second.
Would you take a roll call on this, please?
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now we're moving on to item 12, second reading of ordinances. If any members of the public want to speak on items 12A and or 12B, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, 618-2404. Item 12A. Could I have a number and title on that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3869, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the first of the two 10-year extensions to franchise ordinance number 3722 granted to Crimson California Pipeline LP, a California limited partnership, to construct, lay, operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, move, change the size and number of, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, and water on, along, in, under, and across public streets, ways, alleys, and places within the City of Torrance.
Do I have a motion to does anybody from the public wish to be heard on item 12A? Is there anyone from the call center on 12A?
Mayor, this is the call center. No one on the line for 12A.
Thank you. Anybody from the council wish to discuss this? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the second and final reading. Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen, move to adopt ordinance 3869.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 12B as in boy. If any members of the public want to speak on items 12B, please call the public comment hotline now at, again, 618-2404. Can we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3870, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the first of the two 10-year extensions of franchise ordinance number 3723 granted to Crimson California Pipeline LP, a California limited partnership, to construct, lay, operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, move, change the size and number of, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, and water on, along, in, under, and across public streets, ways, alleys, and places within the City of Torrance.
Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Does anybody from the council wish to discuss item 12B as in boy? See no hands. Does anybody from the public call in at the call center on 12B?
Mayor, this is the call center. I do not see any callers for item 12B.
Thank you. Having no one wishing to discuss this, I'll take a motion to approve the second and final reading of ordinance number 3870. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani, motion to approve ordinance number 3870.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move on to item 13, oral communication. For any member of the public that wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please call the phone number on your screen. Again, it's 310-618-2404. Staff is standing by in our call center to queue up our callers. Oral communication is limited to a 30-minute period. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and then the system will automatically disconnect you. Government Code Section 54954.3b1 allows the City Council to limit the total amount of time on each agenda item and for each agenda speaker. From the call center, has anyone called in on item 13?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin patching the callers in. Cindy Alatorre, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Cindy Alatorre.
Yes. Sorry, I was on mute. Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. First and foremost, as a resident here, not a paid agitator that's called you earlier this night, I would like to thank you for all the proactive measures you have taken to keep our city safe. It goes without saying how the community feels and that we support all the civil servants, our firemen, our police, all that have contributed to work efficiently and quickly to keep us safe and sound, and we thank you again for that. On that note, I would like to ask for your consideration. I am aware that next week you'll be talking at your next meeting regarding budget items for the city of Torrance. I understand that recently several city officials asked Torrance PD to consider drastically cutting their budget, which would involve letting go of several sworn officer positions. Considering all the events that have taken place, I do understand the financial impact that you do have to revise your budget, and it is understandable that sacrifices do need to be made. However, I would strongly like to ask that you please reconsider not affecting the budget line item for the Torrance Police Department, as they have proven over and over with their dedication to keeping us safe, acting readily, quickly, and without any events happening here, just like we've seen in our neighboring cities. I do attribute the success to that. So I would ask that you please consider that. Thank you again for all your time. The citizens of Torrance do support you. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Melissa, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes. Hi. First of all, I want to thank the council and the staff because I know these meetings are not enjoyable lately. And I know the work you're doing behind the scenes has got to be amazing, just a lot of work right now. And also to the Torrance Police Department, I know your name gets tarnished, but we know, and many of us know, what a great job they're doing, and it doesn't go unwarranted. I'd like to say that I didn't make it through the calls last week, so I didn't get to mention that all the blue ribbons that were up in our neighborhood, so showing our support to the police department and all the first responders, came down on the 22nd. We didn't want to leave them up too long because it took away from the meaning. However, I really now wish we could have left them up because we really do have a lot of people in this city that do want to show our appreciation. Having said that, I found myself today so angry. I haven't felt this anger in so long, but by watching the news, which I shouldn't do, and driving around and seeing the boarded up places and the blocked buildings and businesses, it was just sickening. And I had those comments tonight really bothered me, but we talked about peaceful protesting. Peaceful protesting is legal and welcome, and it's a right. But of course, peaceful it means free from disturbance and tranquil. And if you've watched the news, which I'm sure you have, they haven't all been peaceful. It starts out that way, but you get some thugs, I'm using nice language, in the back ruining it for everyone else. So I would like to say to the people who do not go to these peaceful protests, it's because we don't want to take a chance of our safety. That doesn't mean we don't support what you're doing. but for our safety, and I'm sure a lot of you council people feel the same way, you can't be out there. It's just too dangerous. And having said that, I wanted to mention about the peaceful protesting, and it goes along with our meetings. Our city council meetings week after week, when we're sitting there, they have been not very peaceful, as in free from disturbance and not tranquil, and we have taken action to get that taken care of. So to say that people are being not allowed or to protest, they're not doing it peacefully. And if people want to get all their stories straight and their facts, please do so. But you can't go by whatever you hear from these callers. But anyway, Torrance is a great city. I think that's why I get so frustrated when I hear the amount of things going wrong with it by other people. So let's just hope we all get to be back in our fun time soon, and that the 12 ladies in my neighborhood can all go out and play bunco tomorrow night at 6 o'clock and not be locked in our houses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nusaiba, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, yes, my name is Nusaiba. I'm calling because I'm just really upset by, the destruction of our First Amendment right to protest and assemble. And I just think that it's really important for the Torrance City Council to recognize that the Torrance police have not been have not been holding up to the standards that we should hold them accountable to. We still have not seen justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and I would like to see a civilian oversight board so that we can make sure that the public is represented, the people are represented. And I think it's the job of the City Council to make sure that we are represented and not the interests of the police. So if the Torrance City Council is truly upset by the disgusting and horrible murder of George Floyd, then they need to be honest with themselves, and we should hold them accountable. That's my comment.
Thank you for sharing.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. Again, this is Andy Porkchop. I already commended you for the good decision to protecting our city's buildings and businesses, but this is the time when we have an emergency, and this is a nationwide emergency, not just in Torrance, and our leaders should be now totally transparent, totally honest. The crooked ways of the old boys, the old boy leadership, we act like listening and we don't listen exactly. Those days are over. You and all other leaders should look for ways to get us out of this COVID emergency, and people really fed up how the politicians, how the policemen, and how everybody do business in America. The good old boys' ways must end. That's why people so upset. One person die and everybody see that, and what the police do, what the politicians do, how they want to cover it, and the transparency, man. If nobody would record that thing, nobody would know about it. And those days are over when nobody sees anything. Everybody has a camera. I have a camera, and I bring it out of my pocket the first time I can record something. You have to be honest, transparent. And I call on the Torrance Police Department. Undo the lock on the police radios, that encrypted or uncrypted or whatever, uncrypted, or I don't know how to say it. We the people have a right to know, right to hear what they do, where they go, who and what kind of crime are they reprehending, what kind of job they do. we people hearing the police radio could help the police, could help the police. We are good people. We could help the police if we know what they're doing, where they need help, where the windows are breaking, where is the trouble, where is the looting, where is everything. We don't know jack. All the police radios are encrypted because no transparency. Transparency must be the first. Honesty and decent persons in leadership. Your leadership, not just you, the whole country's leadership failed the people of the United States. People going hungry, people are going for violence.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you very much.
David Epperly, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. A lot of calls, a lot of discussion, a lot of things. Everybody's got their 3 minutes. I want to thank you again for all of the fantastic work that's been done here in Torrance and the entire South Bay in terms of protecting the South Bay during all of the latest events. Again, I really want to thank you for the response. Thank you for the wisdom and everything that was exercised. I was in a position where I had to drive around a little bit, and I saw a lot of good things happening. I saw a lot of protective things occurring, and I'm very pleased with the entire effort that's happened here. We've been able to do some things here, and our citizens have responded in such a way that we care about law. We care about what's right and good and just, and we don't want mayhem, and we don't want theft. We don't want people breaking into people. I've seen things on TV that are just and the news media. They're just horrible. I've seen older gentlemen getting killed for TVs, and other people lamenting and rebuking other people because somebody killed an old man so he could get a couple of TVs. I've just seen so many things that are horrid, and yet here in Torrance we're respecting the law. We're doing things the right way. We are trying to do things in a way that's just, and we need to continue to focus on what's just. We need to continue to figure out better ways of being even more just and even better than we are. We need to continue to improve. And with that, I'm just going to say a few more things. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrong. Love does not delight in evil, but it rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, and always perseveres. Love never fails.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up.
Thank you.
Carol Gillis, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to represent the Torrance Theater Company. Wow. For those of you who attended, I was attending on Sunday. I know that it was still available on Monday to see the play. It was the first play that we've done online, and it was a stage reading. It was an awesome event. That I saw that we had about 112 people who were viewing, which means that you could have been viewing with a partner, which might have meant that you saw over 200 people watching the play. So we appreciate the opportunity to present live theater to you. We are looking forward to the next one, which is going to be on June 14th. It's called Slow Food. The way you do this is you go online to the TorranceTheaterCompany.com website, go to Play at Home, and at Play at Home, it will link you up to the play, and when you hit on there, you register, you end up receiving a link that takes you to a YouTube channel, your own personal YouTube channel, and you get to watch the play at home. And what we did our own little dinner theater. We had dinner at our desk watching the play. So it was a lot of fun, and the actors were awesome. The play was adorable. You laughed, you smiled. It was good. And the next play has 3 wonderful stars in it. So you don't want to miss out on Slow Food. So don't forget to go to TorranceTheaterCompany.com and register today so that you're prepared for June 14th. Thank you very much, and keep supporting the Torrance Theater Company.
Thank you, Carol.
Pam, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I am calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. The fact that people think we're paid is such a goddamn joke. We come because of something none of you have: empathy. Many of us have taken great risks just to try and get a sliver of justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I grew up in Torrance. That's why I came to the city council meetings in the first place. I was radicalized because of what I saw your cops doing to black people and the Black Lives Matter activists. I saw what each one of you did to them. That is why I continue to show up, and why I will until Christopher's family and Black Lives Matter Los Angeles gets their demands. If you remember, I showed up first with March for Our Lives. I was a liberal. I was like you, Patrick, but your bullshit radicalized me this much. It's ridiculous that it's taken this long. Every major civil rights win has been won through protests that was criminalized. You all are the white supremacist officials and bull conners of today, and that is all your asses will be remembered as, if they're remembered as at all, which I seriously doubt because you are so unimportant. I went to LA on Saturday. I saw what the cops did to the peaceful protesters. They showed up in riot gear and shot flares and rubber bullets, and I couldn't even be surprised because of what I'm so used to seeing in your city. You're protecting a mall before black lives. A single black life is worth incalculably more than stupid property. Who cares? You are killing people. You are brutalizing people. You are hospitalizing people. You create laws to suppress protests time and time again. When we first showed up, there were snacks, there was water. We could go up to the front. You were greeting everybody. As soon as Black Lives Matter started showing up, immediately new laws. But you couldn't create a civilian oversight commission or fire the officers. Remember how long it took us just to get the goddamn name and the real video because your bullshit cops edited it so much? How dare your chief call out what's happening in Minnesota when it's happening in her own department? How dare you make this emergency fucking declaration and all the bullshit you keep doing immediately when we have been here for over a year demanding justice? You cut off his mother. You brutalized his mother. And you fucking bitch-ass Tim can pray after some white Karen calls in thanking you? You're all pieces of shit. You all have done nothing. You will be remembered as pieces of trash or not remembered at all. Like I said, no one cares about you. You all are the same.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 3 minutes were up. Are you ready for the next caller?
Yes, I am.
Stephanie Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
I just want to continue what my friend Cam started.
You're not going to have any peace in your city until you stop killing black people. You're not going to have any peace in your city until you stop trotting out police in riot gear with batons at the ready to chase down people who dare to speak out against the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in your council meeting, who dare to raise their voices. You will not have any peace in your city. With all that's happening in the news right now, I hope that you understand that you are the bad guys, that you are the same as these people who killed George Floyd. You are the same because your officers killed Christopher Mitchell, and you are standing by and have stood by and done nothing. Wait a minute, you haven't done nothing. Again, you unleash your minions, your police minions, in riot gear to terrorize Christopher's mother and anyone who dares to stand up for him. Don't you ever talk about wanting peace. We know who you are. We know what you stand for. Black Lives Matter. You are on the wrong side of history. You are on the wrong side of everything. And we know who you are, and we will never stop asking for justice for Christopher.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself. I'll move on to the next caller.
Yeah, please do.
Sherlyn, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking? Sherlyn, are you on the line? Sherlyn? Mayor, it appears that caller just disconnected herself. I'll move on to the next caller. Lisa, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, hi. I'm respectfully going to try to say this in a very good way. I'm just so incensed. I know everyone is entitled to their opinion, but I must say I've been a resident of Torrance for over 25 years, and I respectfully commend every one of you for sitting here and listening to this and everyone's opinions. It must be tough. I really appreciate your long hours, your diligence, your dedication. Torrance Police Department and Torrance Fire, I've seen firsthand, do wonderful things for people and residents of Torrance. And I just had to call in and tell you that I commend you and we respect you. And I think that empathy and compassion and communication can all lead to understanding in order for us to all have unity and heal. And the scripted people that have called in beforehand have gotten me riled up, and I just felt I must call and commend you and just give you my thank yous for such a wonderful job that you've all been doing. And God bless you, and just stay safe out there. I know these are crazy times. People are pent up in our houses. Yes, I can feel it, the frustration. I can see it. But if we all just hang in there, it will work out. And people just need to be more empathetic and more compassionate to each other, no matter who we are, no matter what color we are, no matter how old or young we are. There's no respect anymore. I'm so, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Have a good evening.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Anthony,
I believe we have time. We have time for just one more.
Okay, Mayor. Anthony Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, Mayor, councilmen and councilwomen. Once again, the last person for some reason. But anyway, as I thought about the National Guard being here, I also want to say that seeing them in our town brings back the memory of what we missed from the Armed Forces Parade. So it's really awesome to see them come into town and show their presence with us. And so we welcome them. I personally welcome them just like when they were here. I sat on the curb waving my American flag for the past almost 20 years that I've been here. Anyways, second thing is I just think that it is a bad idea to have an oversight committee for our police department. I work in IT, so just like any other job, I don't need someone to breathe down my neck to tell me to rate every move that I make. And second, I had bosses who has no idea what I'm doing. So last thing we need is residents, people who have no clue about what the police going through every day, every moment of their life, while they're out there protecting us, to be the one rating how they're doing their job. That is not the position that you want to appoint to the residents to do. So I don't think it's a good idea to have an oversight committee for things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the time allotted for oral communications this evening. For the public, now we'll bring it up to here. Councilmember Chen, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Something even though we have a very difficult week, I do at least want to congratulate the SpaceX Dragon crew on a historical, successful launch and their safe arrival to the International Space Station. I know it's during difficult times like this is sometimes hard to see. We did also have a very positive, successful event in our nation, and I just want to acknowledge that. And please, everyone, respect everyone and protect the most vulnerable in our community. During these difficult times, they still need to go out and get their essentials. So please, let's help each other out and practice compassion and mercy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, I was also dismayed by the events in Minneapolis this past week, and in the absence of strong national leadership, I hope that the people collectively can come together and find our way and transition to a more peaceful and just society. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish that everybody stays safe, pays attention to the facts, and try not to spread rumors about what's going on. I know that people are very anxious about the things that are happening. Our police force is doing a tremendous job in our city, and now we have the National Guard here to support them as well. So I feel like things are in good hands, and I would like to and hope that people will just relax a little bit. Thank you all, and have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take my time tonight to keep those people in our thoughts that have lost their lives through everything that's been going on, have been hurt in any way, and I just want to say stay safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say once again thank you to our law enforcement. I think they've been doing a great job, proactive work around the community. And also thank you to our residents that are and businesses that are willing to defend both life and property. We do have a constitutional right. And for that caller that called in earlier, it's a Smith & Wesson. It's Smith & Wesson. That's what I was referring to, just in case you want to take a note. I do believe that I was going through the riots here in 1992. Torrance did an excellent job back then. There's no doubt that we're going to hold our ground, and we're not going to sit on our hands. Residents and business owners, I can speak for myself. I'm not just going to sit on our hands, and we are going to protect our city. And that's all I really have to say. And thanks again to everyone out there that's being vigilant and keeping our city clean. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank our staff at City Hall for the hours they've put in, especially over the weekend. They've been very busy. Many things have come up last minute, and they've had to put in many extra hours. Grateful for our police department. Many of our police had to cancel vacations, days off, and it was all hands on deck. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the safe city we live in. Grateful for the proactive plan that has been put in place in Torrance. Grateful for our fire department that is ever vigilant and helping. And I'm grateful for the National Guard. They, too, have been called up on the spur of the moment and had to leave their jobs, had to leave their families, and help many across the nation. I have a husband that was in National Guard for 6 years and was called up several times. So I'm grateful to them. And it was mentioned earlier about our Torrance Theater Company. It was a wonderfully fun program on Sunday. I thank Gia and the Torrance Theater community, everybody that worked in it. I encourage anyone listening to go to the website, torrancetheatercompany.com, and sign up for June 14th. It's a fun thing to watch and invite into your home. Thank you, and please stay safe, everyone, and take care of your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My turn. This has been a very trying time for our country, not just local, but all across the entire United States. There's been uprisings that start off as peaceful protests and turn into something else. My heart is very heavy for my friends who are the leaders of our cities in this region, who are very close friends. The city of Los Angeles, the city of Santa Monica, the city of Long Beach, all of which have received terrible destruction and looting and just criminality in their community. And, our hearts are with them thinking about that. For a year, maybe a year and a half now, you've heard the oral communications, or now it's telephone communications about a vision of what occurred a while ago, and I'm not going to get into the details to it, but believe me, the story isn't as it's being told in their 3-minute blurbs. It's not a paradigm of truth. But I would also like to say, and one of the callers in today mentioned about compassion, understanding, and conversation, and that is a two-way street. Certainly, the way you treat someone is the way you should expect to be treated. That's the way I was raised, and I had a Catholic school education, and I don't hate anyone. And like a great leader I know, people who I have dislike for, I pray for those people, and hopefully their lives will be better just because of the bit of a prayer that I give to them. But I I really, as we close tonight's agenda, I want to thank you for your patience with us during these difficult times. As we live in a state right now of 2 local emergencies, I am proud of the community for protesting peacefully, respecting curfew, and for continuing to limit your outings. City staff, my colleagues on City Council, we all appreciate it. And you all should really appreciate what our city staff has done for you, protecting you. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, one of my colleagues, hours and hours of work went into protecting you, protecting your property, protecting your businesses. It doesn't just come by a snap of a finger. We have to be legal in everything that we do. And trust me, we are legal in everything that we're doing. This past weekend, we saw hundreds gathered at a peaceful protest on Torrance Boulevard. While we respect the First Amendment, the safety of citizens, visitors, and law enforcement personnel remains a priority. Torrance's curfew went into effect May 30th and will continue every day between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. during the state of local emergency. And we will only keep it in as long as we believe it is necessary. Our Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated. The team is maintaining heightened awareness, and staff are focused on assessing the situation every moment, preventing a potential incident and preparing should further action be required. The police department has deployed extra staffing throughout our city and will be highly visible while enforcing the curfew and to limit lawlessness. All shopping centers within the city are being closely monitored. All neighborhoods are being closely monitored. And mutual aid from our surrounding agencies and National Guard is available as needed. We appreciate your feedback, your responses to see something, say something. We look into all of it. We research, we verify. If it's valid and pertinent, we share it with the community. I want to remind everyone, get your information from reliable sources. Do your fact checks before you repost to social media. You know, we've all seen what came on Nextdoor and Twitter and Facebook, but none of those things were laid out on Torrance Alerts. Torrance Alert has real information that's factually correct, not just somebody who may have massaged it. And frankly, we don't even know if they came from Americans at this point. We are doing our best to keep you informed and in the know. And Torrance Alerts is the place to get it, not Nextdoor, Twitter, or Facebook. They're great platforms for connecting with people, but it's not the way to find out information about your community, especially when you're talking about emergency situations. A limited number of businesses have reopened as we continue to phase out of the safer at home order. Remember, last week we were talking about opening businesses, and in that time we've allowed businesses to open. We lobbied with the state, we lobbied with the county, we lobbied with the state, we got the governor's approval to do it, and we did it right away. Now, to our business community, we understand your frustration how now made worse by the events of civil unrest and in the adjacent cities. We're here to support you. We remain in close communication with our local leaders. As a result of our voices being heard, changes took place last week. We will continue to express our desire to get back to business. There is much going on in this world today. It is important to remember that we need to continue to be diligent in our safe health practices. Please continue to order takeout and delivery from our local restaurants. And now you can order curbside from certain retailers. You can actually shop inside so many retailers. Shop local so it's our local business community can survive and do better and continue to serve our community once the pandemic is over. Everyone, please mind your space and cover your face. That's the new mantra. Mind your space and cover your face. It is mandatory until orders are updated. It is mandatory that we socially distance and wear face covers where we're going to be in the proximity of other people. It's a respect for that practice healthy hygiene, washing your hands often, sending virtual hugs, waving from a distance, doing Zoom reunions, talking to your grandchildren often, do FaceTime with everybody. Keep up that, because we'll be out of this soon. I'm very proud of our community for all of your efforts. Again, thank you for your patience and your dedication. I want to send a special shout out to our transit department, our public works department for rallying around, because that big equipment didn't get out to the Delamo Fashion Center by itself. Those people were out there at the crack of dawn. And lastly, I want to thank my friend Skip, because I'm from Philadelphia, and I got delivered to me today some soft pretzels from Philadelphia. So the mayor's going to be a happy guy tonight. Even though I'm staying home, I'm abiding by the curfew. Thanks, Skip and Liz. You know who you are. Mr. Jackson, anything from the city? Yeah.
Yes, Mayor, just to expand upon what you said, to our team, the employees of the city of Torrance, this is actually the third significant event. We've been in a cyber, we've been in the virus, and now we have the civil events that are taking place. Our team has worked exceedingly well as a team. It's really amazing to see how they've coordinated and made efforts to carry us through these events. And just appreciation to the entire team for all they've done. The police is very special at this event, but they, as you mentioned, have been backed by all of our departments and assisted in carrying out their job, because we're acting as a team across the board. We appreciate very much your support, the council support, community support, but also the internal support of what we call the Torrance family, the team that works together. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And to everybody, stay safe. I will certainly take a motion to adjourn at this time. I'm looking for a hand. Thank you. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I move to adjourn, but I know I have to find a paper. I don't have the, we have to go to somebody that has their adjournment. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Adjournment of City Council meeting to Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, California Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
May I have a second?
Kalani, second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Please stay safe, stay home, cover your face, and give up that space. See you next week.